Okay, welcome to my new live stream. Today, what I'm working on is getting troubleshooting problems with the code that I currently have. So, um, oops, I will open up the code to recap where I'm at. Um, oops. So, just a sec, I'm pulling it up. NFL. Oh yeah, there it is. So, I have this file. So if you go in this reading ESPN win probability folder, I have this file, games 2, that will go pull the win probability data for a single game. And I also have this script which goes through and it tries to scrape the games. Right now I have it scraping games from the first 4 weeks. So we could go desktop, personal stuff. I forget. Oop, close that out. Personal stuff. Slash projects. NFL betting. And then reading, ESPN, WinProb. And then here we have to file, this is code. Well, first, I'll open the games file. And then, oh, that's the one from my last live stream, so I'll exit out of that. Okay, and then we also want to look at code, scrape games, get games. Scrape games. Okay. Yeah, so this gets the first 4 weeks of games. So, what does it... There's this failure that's happening. And it goes in and gets the games. Oh, that's the generative art. Oh, I popped over to another window. Oops. Okay. So where was I? So to get the games, this is the code that gets the games. Oh, but there's a problem, which is that it doesn't get every game. You can see the plots are now good. Still ones like that where it quits. But that one I think was before I wrote the new script. I don't think it should be quitting. I think that's the only one that has that. I'm looking through them now. Oh, this one's messed up. And so what happens is it goes through, but it doesn't get every single game. Now, I know we can look at this. I'll just show it for instance. I'll actually just run the script and then quit it. So we could do python scrape games.py. And remember what this does is first it goes to espn.com. ESPN NFL. So the first thing the script does is it heads to NFL.com and you specify a week. What this script just gets, it goes through the weeks. So if you want the first 4 weeks, 4 is the number you put here. And that just makes a list of weeks. That just makes a list that says 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it just says for each week, game of week, create object of type games of week, which I define over here in games 2. So here's the class games of week, and what this does is so it goes to this URL, gets the games, that is a scoreboard that shows all the games from the week. Now this get IDs, it goes and looks and finds the ID of each game associated with that week. And then get data just goes through and then it creates a objective type game for each unique ID, and then it gets the play history for that game, and all that's automatically saved in the files, the data file and then the plot file. And so now there's this game object which is called in the games of the week object, or whatever I called it. And so this game class, what it does is it allows you just specify the ID for a game, and then you get the win probability for that game. So the first step is it's gonna go to try to find the games for that week. So we could go to scores, and say week 8 from this year. It's specified in the URL, and then it'll go to this page and grab all the games from this week. And what's happening right now is I'm trying to get the scores. So it starts out on week 1, and so it goes to week 1. There's the first game here, Bills Rams, Buffalo versus LA. Who would be the home team? Rams would be the home team. So LAR versus Buffalo. Yeah, so that's not there. So what's happening is it goes to this page, it gets the game ID from this game, which is somewhere over here. Here. And so scoreboard, oh no, scoreboard row container, scoreboard. Okay, so yeah, you all this does is finds this class, and then it gets this ID that's associated with the game. And so now if you want to go to the game, see this little ID here, this will match up. So if we go to this and then we click on this game, the ID there is the ID that we saw earlier. So now it's going to this game, but something's happening and it's quitting. So it opens, I see it open up this window and then nothing else happens. So I'm going to demonstrate that right here. Let's run this script. So it opens up, goes to the page we were just on, gets the game it wants to go to, closes the window. Now it's going to open up the game. Now it's on the game, goes to the middle, starts moving back, and now it moves up, and you can see here it gets stuck on one play. And oh, well, there it keeps moving. So it did get stuck on one play. Now let's see what happens if it keeps moving. I'll turn on some music while this goes so it's not too boring. Put on some copyright-free streaming music. Okay. I can't hear that. Huh. I don't know. That's weird. Oh, it's just really quiet. Oh, I don't have my headphones plugged in. Oh man. Man, so I don't know if that will ruin everything, but I didn't have my headphones plugged in, so I hope that doesn't ruin everything. So it exited the game, it seems like. What happened? Let's close out of here. Let's Control C to quit. Okay. Stop opening up new windows. I just want to quit. No. Okay, I'm just gonna close that. Okay. So going back to where we were, it's desktop, personal stuff, projects, NFL, betting, reading, ESPN, win, prob, Python, Python scrape games.py. So Python scrape. Actually, I could just, yeah, so I've kind of demonstrated that. That's the failure that's happening. It doesn't save the game. It doesn't get the data. It quits before getting the data or anything. So, I'm just going to go into Python and then from games2, import game. Then we could say G is equal to game of, this is the ID. Guess I didn't copy it. Okay, there we go. G.get play history. So I think I'm gonna have to first, well, I'll see if I could tell where it fails. So seems to be moving back well, no problem. Trying to find that initial point. It's reading through the plays fine. That's all going well. Okay, now we're back into the first quarter. I'm interested to see if it makes it to the beginning of the game or if it doesn't get there before failing. If it gets to the beginning, if it fails at the beginning of the game, it'll probably be an easy fix. Fails, other than that, it'll probably be easier if it fails after. I don't know. I don't know which one would be easier. Wow, Rams are slightly favored for this game at the beginning. That's crazy. Beginning of the season when no one knows anything. Okay, here it goes. Oh. It does quit. Method XPath. Oh, so it can't find that XPath for us. Okay. I'll be right back. I have to go make some coffee and tea, but this is good progress. So when I come back, I'll start working on that XPath, see if I could get this element by selector name or something like that. CSS selector, or just class name, ID name. I don't know. But that's next to do. Be right back. Stay tuned. Okay, I'm back. So, where are we at? Where are we at? So, we know that the problem is with the XPath, um, that we are specifying. So I'm gonna do a new script, um, and so I could go when home, desktop, personal stuff, projects, NFL betting, reading, ESPN win prob. Okay, and then touch. Gonna make a new file. Trouble shooting. Oh, uh, troubleshooting graph prob. So I'll make a new directory. Troubleshooting Bills v Rams 2022 09. What was the date? 08. Okay, then we can go into that directory and then make a file. Go to element. And then let's open up that file. Oh, now I could do it in Ubuntu actually. That's way easier because I don't have VS Code open in my other desktop, which is why I had to do the other day. Go to element.py. Okay, so in games, when URL, I guess I gotta import the Selenium stuff, so let's go do all that stuff. That'll be good. Okay, now we want to define the URL that we want to go to, which is just this. Okay, so here's the URL. And then I want to set up the driver. You could say from games to import, I call it driver handler. Yep. So we're gonna import driver handler. No, I'm actually not going to do that because I forgot I'm in a different directory. I'm just gonna copy and paste the class into here. Okay. Now I could say driver is equal to, or I could just say D is equal to driver handler. And then let's go get that HTTP. Okay, now comes the interesting part. I'm gonna put the two XPaths right there. So the most recent play XPath, graph XPath, percent XPath. So when did it fail? Self.gameDate XPath. It's the game date XPath that fails. Huh. So I guess this is still a problem with the getDate function. Go to plot, log plays. Oh, my tea's ready. Alright, so I know there's a problem with the getDate function. So find first play, log plays, getDate, find element by class name, timestamp. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. So my question is, how is this web page different from any other web page that seems to work? So, for instance, I know that Baltimore versus Buffalo worked. So, let's go get when they played Baltimore. So, where's the date? Okay, this is the date that I'm getting, I believe. So what's the difference? Is it because there's no video? Fourth down stop, last second kick, lift Bills past Ravens. Buffalo Bills blowout champion Rams. So maybe it's just because the X path is different. Yeah, so I could just data-date format 9/8/2022. So I just get element by class name. And then the name of the class I want. Just a sec. Name of the class I want. Where was that? Games to get date. Oh, by class name. I forgot what's the class name. I think it's just date. Yep. By class name, and class name is date. Okay, so I think that might be all I need. Let's see. So run the script again. Python scrape games.py. Or I guess, yeah, I could go back in here and run the same thing, and if that works, from games to import game. Oops. Capital G game. G. So get our game. Whoa. G equals game of what's that game ID? Okay. Okay, and then G dot get play history. Okay, and I'm gonna let the music play until something happens with this. On the left, you can see that the new get date function works. So that seems to be no issue. The next thing to do is try to get all the games from week 1 and see if that works. And then if it does work, that we can get all the games from week 1, then the next step is just set up the script. Set up this repository, set up the script, and I'm good. So, repository for storing win probability data from ESPN.com. Win probability information. No, this is just a repository of a data repository. Win probability information for from ESPN.com. Public, add a readme. And what license should this have? I guess just I never know. I guess the MIT license is good. So set main as the default branch. I don't know. I have to look it up. What GitHub license do I use? What license should I choose for GitHub? Guess there's a website for it. I need to work in a community. I want it simple and permissive. I care about sharing improvements. It's short and to the point. It lets people do almost anything they want with your project, like making and distributing closed source versions. That seems like I don't want that. I don't know. Distributing closed source. That seems like it would be fine, actually. So MIT license it is. Who cares if they distribute closed source versions? I have the open version, so that won't make it less open. MIT license. Cool. Okay, add some description. I'm starting out with just NFL data and hoping to expand to all sports for which ESPN offers win probability data. Okay, so I've set up that repository. Now let's go check to make sure that this looks good. LA Rams, LA Rams. Did it not save? Buffalo. Huh. That's weird. Oh, cannot save file into non-existent directory. Huh. Dot data. Wait, LAR versus Buffalo. Oh. Now there's a problem with the date formatting. Okay, I forgot. Notepad notes. I have to open up my notes. Okay, troubleshoot problem with Rams Bills game. Did that. Make graph look like it does. Okay, so the next thing to do is fix date. Fix date string formatting problem so that files save nicely. Okay, and date is equal to datetime.date.today. Self.type date. So let's just put in PDB. Put the debugger in right there. And then we could go look at what the date looks like. Import the debugger. Okay, from games to import game. That's not what I wanted. right. No. Ten 22 2022. So we want to remove. Well, what? Why is that? Oh, from games to import game. Oop, no, that's not it. Back. Exit. Back. Okay, and then let's get our game and the ID. Okay, and then get date. Yeah. Driver handler has no attribute driver. Oh. So we could just do get play history and let it wait a little bit. Oh gosh. Okay, cool. So it's gonna go do that, and then once it calls for the date, get about that debugger line, the line where we put the debugger to enter, then we'll be able to play around with it. I'm gonna put some music on for a few moments while this goes. Alright, almost back at the first play. There we go. So, let's look at date dot text. So literally just replace the slashes. Okay. That seems pretty easy. So replace spaces, and then we could also do replace slash with nothing, and replace the other direction of slash. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be fine. That wouldn't be a backslash. Okay, so that's our tight date. Pretty date. Okay. Okay, now I gotta play around with the time. Okay, get rid of that debugger line. Self.prettyDate. What if I just censored all of that? just always did that, what would happen? I think what would happen is it should be fine because earlier I was getting this timestamp thing. Whereas here, I could just get the date element. It's a simpler version from that AP article at the top. So the reason for all this code was because when you go to find data from a team whose abbreviation only has 2 letters, let's find one. I think the Patriots is one. NE, I think that's their abbreviation. Oh no, that's upcoming, damn it. Well, I don't know. That should be fine, actually. Go to the Patriots and then go to their past games. Colts. Patriots, Colts. This happened. Oh, dang it. Oh, Thursday night football from this week happened. That was Tennessee versus Green Bay. So, if we could find Tennessee or Green Bay somewhere, then we're good. Tennessee. Okay. Our most recent game was at the Packers 1 day ago. Great. So, oh, but that would still be element date. I hope this class name is date. Timestamp. Okay, let's go look. So, but I think we do need that. So it starts out trying to get the timestamp. So we'll just have to change this around. %B, %D, %Y. So %B gives us the full name of the month. So I'm going to copy this line. Num days ago could be 1, since that's what it is in the Tennessee game. Okay. Oh, import date time. Okay, now we could do date.strf time. String from time, and then what if we just do lowercase b? %D, %Y. Invalid syntax. So if we do uppercase B. Huh. Oh. Gotta put the quotation marks. Oh, that's cool. That gives November. What if we do lowercase y for year? I like 2022. I like to have the whole year. We could do month 1/1, 1/8. I might as well do capital month and capital day. Oh, 11 18 22 2022. That seems wrong. 00 just do MDY 111822. If I do capital Y 111822. 2022. I also want capital D though. Why does that happen? Okay. Let's define a different date. Last time delta 14. 05. Cap lowercase d. 11052022. Okay, that's good. That's what I want. Now I'm gonna try real quick. Last time delta 100. Now what's that look like? 08. Oh great. So lowercase m, lowercase d, capital Y. So lowercase m, lowercase d, capital Y. And then for the pretty date, we want what if we do that same thing but we separate with slashes? Yeah, great. Great. Okay. So let's get rid of that and add in some slashes. And I believe it should be good. Now to check, we can do from games to import game, G is equal to game, get this ID, and plug it in. Oh, copy that. And then G dot get play history. There it goes. So hopefully there should be no error with the date here, but who knows. So I'm gonna turn on music back on while this goes through. Alright. Um, oh. Permission denied. Because I had it open. That's a bummer. Well, I think I want to make sure this works for... Oh, okay, good, my mic was on. Yeah, I want to make sure this works before I go through and try to do it. So I'm gonna do this again, and it's gonna run automatically. Shouldn't get any more permission denied errors. So let's look at what next steps will be. Oh, this is stuck. Okay. What's happening? Do Control C. Close out of that window. Okay. Okay, so now let's look at some to-dos. Alright, so fix date string. I guess we don't know we fixed that yet, so once I have that done, check single week to ensure that all games are scraped and saved. Check single season to ensure that all games are scraped and saved. One probability games in 2016, and finally scrape data for all years going back to the 2016 season. Okay, terrific. Now, let's hope this works. I'm gonna turn the music back on for now. Oops, I have my microphone off. So I guess I was just saying that I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna let this run. It's getting all the games for week 1. I'm just gonna let it go, do its thing, and then hopefully. Oh, uh-oh. What happened? Oh, it failed. Okay. Well, hopefully it doesn't keep failing like that. I'm just trying to set this up so it shows everything nicely. I want this to show small icons. Okay. And oops. Did I fuck it up again? No. Good. And into the plots. Alright. Delete all those. I'm just trying to set this up so that it looks nice. Oops. I did. Oh, I could undo. Undo. Oh, good. Now, all I want is LAR versus Buffalo. Oh no, I can delete them all. Back to plots. I could delete them all because it's incomplete. Delete. Okay. And this should be small icons too. Okay. So this should be a nice little visual for looking at this as it progresses. Now let's go back to the Rams game. I'm pretty sure I keep messing it up by scrolling over it. If that's not what's happening, it's on its 3rd attempt, so it will quit if it doesn't start figuring out how to make it work. Almost the whole thing, but not quite. Okay, so I'm gonna let this run. Stop talking, play music, and I'm gonna stop touching things. Hopefully it works. So that was good. If you're watching this, it I kept scrolling over on accident on that the Chrome driver browser. It kept failing on the game, but then it would go back and retry the game, and then it kept getting different plots. And there's the final plot, which is, matches what was on there. So we got the first game for the week. I'm hopeful this looks good. I think that pretty soon we should have a script that goes through and gets every game since they have data. So things are looking good. So this is interesting. Um, this, if you look on, oops, sorry. I'm sure that's annoying when that pops up. It's stuck on a single play. Oh, and it closed. Oh. So it fails. Okay. Troubleshoot failure problem with Pittsburgh Cincinnati game. Okay, so also on the to-dos is troubleshoot problem with Cincinnati Pittsburgh week 1 game. Okay. So what's up with this? I'm going to go ahead, quit out of that script right now. So I need some way to let it quit, because this just keeps trying to get it. Okay. I'm just gonna exit out of that window. I guess it won't let me. I guess this just has a mind of its own. And I just can't stop it. Okay, there it goes. Alright, so what game do we want to look at? We want Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. And I'm just going to try to run the function and observe what happens. So now, since I exited out, I gotta go back to my place. Okay, so let's go into Python. Let's do from games2 import game g g is equal to game, and the ID is that 7634 is that? Yeah, that's what we want. And then g dot get play history. Oop. Alright, so it goes down to the plot, starts going backwards. Looks good. So far so good. I'm just going to turn on some music while this runs. So, seems like it's working pretty well so far. But it trips up in the third quarter after a pass to Jamar Chase or something like that. Maybe it's T. Higgins, I forget. Okay. Let's look again at where we're at. Troubleshoot failure problem. Yeah. I don't know. Is there anything interesting to look at? I mean, I could start working on getting odds data, but that's just gonna be rough, man. We could look up, do a little bit of research for what's the best sportsbook API. Embeddable betting odds tile. Best sportsbook to automate betting with. Hmm. Programmable sportsbook. I wonder if it's stuck yet. Okay, so it looks like it gets the whole end of the first quarter. But then something happens. Could not convert string to float. Win probability. Okay, so. Hey, buddy, cut that out. Hey, hey, brother. Hey, bud, come here. Buddy is barking again. Good boy. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna pop the debugger in there. Hey, buddy. Come on. It goes in get vals. Log plays. WinProv. 100 on float. One for So, oh, okay. So we're at end. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Write code for handling an overtime scenario. So, value error. Could not convert string to float. If %.text is equal to tie. Okay. And what's that say? Right at it says tie. That's it. Tie. So we could say when prob. So before we do any of that, if %.text dot replace, you want to replace any space, nothing, is equal to tie, then game is either going to OT or has ended in a tie. So self.ot is equal to false. So when you initialize an object of this class, it's going to set the OT variable to false. Now if %.text is equal to tie, then we know that it's either going to overtime or the game has ended in a tie. So we want to have a way to test for each scenario. So if self.ot is equal to false, that means it's not an OT. So, I mean, okay, I'll do it this way. So I'll say self.ot, set it to true. Set the overtime variable to true. So if it's equal to tie, then overtime variable is true because, you know, in what we've just noticed here, it says tie. It gives us an error because there's no number, but that's because it's going to overtime. So the first thing is self.ot is equal to true. And then okay, set OT to true. And then we could say in here, if self.ot is equal to true. So if it's already true, if this flag has already been triggered, then the game is over. Set game over to true. So self dot and that's going to be, of course, initially set to false since the game isn't over when we start scraping the data. And so if it's already true, then else. So if self.ot self.gameOver. So if you're not currently in OT, we could say that self.gameOver is equal to self.ot. And if we're currently in overtime, then it will say that the game is over. If we are not currently in overtime, then it will say that the game is not over. So if self.gameOver is equal to false, then self.ot is equal to, then it is true that we are in overtime. So game is either going to overtime or has ended up in a tie. So the game over variable is equal to overtime variable. So if we're currently in overtime, the overtime variable will be true, and this line will set the game over variable to be true. And if we're not currently in overtime, then this will set the, then OT will be false, and then game over will be false. And then if it is false that the game is over, if the game is not over, then set overtime to true. And if the game is over, who cares? Okay, so favored team is equal to that. So we could say all this is what to do if game is not over. So if game is not over. Now if the game is over, win prob is equal to 5-0. Cool. So that takes care of it if the game's over, but if the game is just going to OT, okay, so this is if self.ot is equal to false. So if self.ot is equal to false, do all this stuff. And this, I messed up. We want that to be at the bottom. Put this down here. Okay. So if self.ot, so if we're not currently in overtime, but if we are currently in overtime, then we will say that win prob is equal to set win prob to 50. Oh yeah, that's right. Float 50. Okay. %.text, play.text. Oh man. Write code for handling overtime scenarios. So, that is the first thing to consider. The other thing to consider is if we're cleaning this data. Quarter is equal to 0, clean data string, minute equals, second equals, quarter equals. Oh, that's in string cleaner, so I don't care about that. I just care about this definition. Minute equals, second equals, quarter equals. On second, so quarter equals 0. If I is equal to 1, quarter is equal to 1. If I is equal to 2, quarter is equal to 2. If at colon, well, I guess then I could say elif I is equal to, what is this, clean data string. I should have put an example of the data string. So we could look at the script I have, get play history.py. I'm gonna grab my tea real quick. I forgot to pour the water in. So, where was I? Get play history. Oh no, I want clean string. Where is that file? Clean data. Clean data.py. Code. Clean data.py. Okay, so this is an example. Okay, so then we just, yeah. So the only time an O should come up is in OT. So, get play history, games, games 2. Yeah, so if I is equal to O, quarter is equal to OT. And then we return that. And so the next thing to find out is when is clean data string called. Oops. What am I doing? Clean data string. Oh yeah, of course it's referenced here. So clean string, clean time. So okay, so when is clean time referenced? Oh, hold up. So minute, second, quarter is equal to that. Clean strings. So this stuff is all for if quarter. Oh, gotta get my hot water. Okay, so this should be if quarter is not equal to OT, then you do this stuff. Else, if quarter is equal to OT, oh, no, 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 no. Put that in here. Else, quarter seconds is equal to 3600. Yeah, that's it. Cool. Oh. A more elegant fix is here for quarter, I could just make it 5, because then when I reference quarter, 5 minus 1 is 4 times 15 is 60 times 60. So that would give us the right thing. If I is equal to O, then we could just say quarter equals 5. And then we could take this stuff out. So we don't care if quarter is equal to OT. Quarter now will just be equal to 5. Well, that was even easier than I thought. And now, to check that it works, let's do from, oops, already messed up. Someday I'll get it. From games to import game. Then we could say G is equal to game. What's the game ID? Oh, here it is. Okay. G dot get play history. Oops. Not supposed to be capital. It's supposed to be an underscore. And run it. Alright, hopefully this goes well. I'll turn on music while this runs because I don't have much to say. Oops. Game object has no attribute game over. So 155 and get vals. If self.gameover is equal to false. Well, it's initialized game over. Oh. Capital G, simple as that. Capitalization error. Okay. So. End that. Exit. Run it again. And will it work? Nice, there it goes. Alright, I'm turning on music because I don't have anything to say. Alright, we're into the fourth quarter now. Going towards the end. I hope it works. It should just get right to the end of the game, roll right over that tie at the end, and keep going. Huh. Oh. Okay. So now we need to... Okay. Handle the case for overtime and ties. So... If the play reads that, then we know that it's the end of the game. So get vals. What are we printing? Print home. Oh no, that's not even. Get it out of here. Let's go to the other one. So get vals, I guess it's in, I think. Get vals, do I print it? No. Get vals, log plays, get date, save data, plot results, get play history. Where is there a print in here? Games of week now? Oh, print new vals, oh, so it's in log plays. Okay, print new vals. If new vals are not equal to previous vals, do that. Then we're printing the new vals. Print new vals. If C is equal to 50, cursor at end is equal to true pass. C plus equals 1. So we return the data. Okay, so that's in log plays. Get date, doesn't matter. Plot results, get play history. So somewhere in here I do log play. So here, self.log plays. Then the data is saved. If plot equals true. If complete is equal to false. Complete is equal to check data. So check data. Try that. Has file is equal to that. So if it checks if no, I don't think that's what I want. Get play history. Complete is equal to check data. Oh, I guess the problem is that log plays stops. So log plays while cursor at end is equal to false. Okay. So new vals, print new vals. So the first one is that thing, then that thing. So there's 3 values in new vals. So if we do new vals of 0, from 1 to 13, it should be that chunk. 0, 1 to 12 is equal to that chunk. And then we could say, if new vals of 1, so if it equals to that chunk. Now, if new vals of 1 is not equal to tie, then we could say that the cursor at end is equal to true. Okay, now what's it look like when it's at the end of 0, OT instead of 4? So same thing. Literally just copy and paste, put an EL before. So we can say elif that is equal to, instead of 4th is equal to OT 0 to 11, then cursor at end is equal to true. So if new values of 1 is not equal to tie, or the other condition is this, new values 0, 0 to 1, blah 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 blah, is not equal to that, then cursor at end is equal to true. Okay, cool. So if new value 0 to 12, if that's equal to 4th, oh no, that's not right. That's not what I want. If new value 0, I think I have to leave it as that, actually. So if it's equal to that, elif, yeah. What was I thinking? If new values, yeah, that's good. So, that handles the overtime scenario. Okay, now that I think should finally work. So let's exit, go back, do it again, and see how this one goes. Okay, music back on. Oh, right, so it already has this data for us. So let's delete that. Now, go again. Okay, music back on, and I'll stop talking for a little bit. again, approaching the end of the game. Hope it works. Nice. Rolled right through the end of the game. Now we're getting the overtime data. And the only thing left to see is if it does end the game at a... Oh, I'll actually have to do that somehow differently. But for that overtime game, it seemed to work. Oh, it's not quitting though. Oh, of course, because it didn't end in a tie. So, it works. We just have to write away. Alright, yeah, we get it. We have to see if 100% means that the game is over. Oop. So, if we find a really lopsided game, yep, like this one, what happens? Yeah. So even, yep, doesn't hit 100 till the game's over. So how do we tell the game is over? Cursor at end is equal to true. elif. And then we could say elif new values or new vals of 2 is equal to 100. Actually, new vals of 2 being equal to 100 should be the sure way to do it. That would be tight and most efficient, but I'll make note. Can just do second condition in below elif statement instead of whole if elif structure, I think, to make it more efficient. Okay. And then I'll leave that for now. elif. What's this error from? Why is that unexpected indentation? What? Okay. So cursor at end is equal to true. Yeah, I think that should be the test. So, making some progress. Let's try running that again. Okay, now let's go look at the to-dos. Write code for handling overtime scenario. I think I've got it. Let me look at the logic of this again. So if new vals are not equal to previous vals, so if there's a new thing that happens, and okay, so here is it. If new vals of 2 is equal to Might have to do float 100 or something, but I think that should work. I think it should work. Okay, now I'm just gonna let the music play and stop talking. We'll see how this does. Alright, here we are, getting towards the end of the game again. I am hoping that that this works and quits successfully. Oh, dang it. 100%. Ugh. Well, that is just bothersome. Did I save? Yeah. If okay, give us if self.game, so if self.ot is equal to false, self.gameover is equal to self.ot. If ot was previous false, then now it's true. Okay, now if the game is not over, and it's not in overtime, if the game is not over and it's not in overtime, who cares? Else, if it is not over but it is in overtime, if percent dot text so I could put the debugger in right here, pdb dot set trace. And what that does, it will only trigger the debugger if overtime, if I'm in overtime and the game is not over. If game is not over, else if in overtime, if the game is not over and I'm in overtime, if the game is not over and I'm in overtime, oh, let's see, Boswell. Okay, so Pittsburgh 100%, but it returns the win probability is 50. Win probability equal to float 50, so that's what's happening. Is there's nothing available for the percentage for some reason. So this should enter us at the right place. I just don't get it. This doesn't make any sense. Why that should trigger 50 to be returned. Like, if percent dot text Dot replace that blah 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 blah. Zero to 3. So I just don't get why this wouldn't work. Yeah, I'll just run it. I'll just the debugger will trigger, and then I could go look at it. Sorry, this is taking so long. Okay. Gonna put music back on. Stop talking. Alright, so here we are back into the fourth quarter. Oh! Did it quit there? Oh, yeah, of course. If %.text. Wait a second. So it is an OT because OT was just triggered. This is what I want it to do. So that is right. So we could just say get vals. Self.ot is equal to true if self.gameover is equal to false, if self.ot is equal to true, else winprob is equal to float 100. Else, oh, so this is if the game is over. Self.game over. If %.text is equal to blank, so what should happen? So %.text is not equal to blank, so then win probability should be okay. If favored team is self.home. Else, delete that. We want this if else statement in there. Okay. So this all is the same. So what's that else mean? It means if the game is, if we are in OT. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that confuses me. So if we're not in OT, do this. If we are in OT, do this. What's this else? If game over equals false, if the game is over. If the game is over, game over will only be set to true if overtime is equal to true. Okay, So log plays or new values of 2 is equal to float 100. Duh. Now, could that be the issue? Probably not. New vowels of 2. Percent dot text of 3 to minus 1. Okay. It's not exiting the loop for some reason. Just a sec, I have to close the blinds. Alright, so, where are we at? Oh man, I'm trying to figure out why it won't exit the loop. So, cursor at end is equal to false. And that ends, so log plays ends. But log plays doesn't end, it never quits. So, new vowels are not equal to previous vowels. Print new vowels, so cursor at end is never triggered. Or new vowels of 2 is equal to float 100. If new vowels so if you have that text that shows it's the end of the 4th, if new vowels shows nothing left in overtime. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Turn music back on. Alright, so the debugger stopped me again. %.text is equal to tie. Okay. So line 164 is where we're at. So that won't trigger because it says that %.text is blank. Kind of seems like it should say that. %.text is equal to tie. Then WinProb. Yeah, that's not going to be defined. So you can just say continue. And how did we end up there? Oh. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Endgame. %.text was tie. So we're sitting here. And %.text was equal to tie. Okay. Put that back to what it said earlier before I changed it. So if %.text is equal to blank, which it isn't, you have this, so it's not, so we go into this loop. So it says the game is not over. %.text is equal to tie. Then game over is equal to self.ot. This is puzzling. So we get to the first time where it says tie. First I write game over to be .ot, so So self.ot is true. but self.gameover is false. What? If I do %.text, so what triggers the game being over? If two vowels. If new vowels of 1 is not equal to tie. Oh, right. If it's at the end of the game and it's not tied, then cursor at end equals true. Otherwise, if that chunk reads 0000 OT, if new vowels are not equal to previous vowels. So maybe I shouldn't do this in get vowels, and instead I should just do it in log plays. If %.text.replace, if that's equal to tie, so we don't really care if it's going to a tie. Alright. Where was I? Playing game over, looking at the play. Good lord. So the play is never referenced, or it is? Play.text, %.text. Win prob. play.txt, %.txt, winprob. So if we look at %.txt again, pit space 100%. Because it's at the end of the game. Okay, I'm gonna run this again so I could get back into the debugger on the last play of the game like I wanted. And then see where to go from there. Alright, so here we are. Coming down to the end of the game. Get stuck on the tie. Value error, could not convert string to float. $173.
Sorry, I just have a quick question.
Okay, so where was I? Line 173. Okay, so if we go to there, win prob, float percent. What? Oh. Wrong file. No, not that again. 173. So, %.text says tie. So if the text is equal to if self.ot is equal to true, if self.gameover is equal to false, else if self.gameover, if the game is over, if the game is not over, then we're currently in overtime. But not only are we currently in overtime, we can say that the win prob is equal to 50. And then what else? Oh, I have to go grab my toast. Okay. So, if the game's not over, if you just reached overtime, basically, the win probability should be 50. Otherwise, if the text is equal to tie, and either way, um, either way, if the text is equal to tie, win probability is going to be 50. So, I could put that line up here. Now, okay. If the game is not over, overtime equals true. If the game is over, set trace. I don't think that's necessary anymore. So this is if percent. So if the percent text is tie, either way, win probability is going to be 50. Now if the percent text is not tie, then go into this loop. Can delete that part. Move this all back one indent. Okay. Let's look through this logic. So, okay. So, um, so if it's tied, the text is just going to say tie. In that case, you set game over to be equal to overtime. This means that if it's currently in overtime, then it will end the game. If it's not currently in overtime, then overtime will be false, and game over will be false. And then after that, win probability should be 50. And then look to see if the game is not over, and if the game's not over, then set overtime to be true. Okay, so else, so this is in the case that it's not equal to tie, in case you get some real data. You go through this loop. Now you say, if the game is not over, this seems unnecessary. If game over is equal to false, else I don't see why this line is necessary, so we could take it out. Okay. Okay, so if we're not in overtime and get the favored team. Oh, this is the same code. So that's not even a necessary if statement. Take it out and go backwards. Another indent. Okay. Now, we should have win probability. In either case, it's a lot simpler. Okay. Now, time to run this and see what happens. And there it goes. Okay, it seems to have moved into overtime smoothly for the first time. Now let's see if it ends smoothly. Golly. Why doesn't that end? $100. Why wasn't there a I guess I took out the debugger line. So, what is this in? I think it's in log plays. No, it's in get vals. Log plays. Log plays. While cursor at end is equal to false, if new vals and then they're not equal to tie. Okay. Elif, that string shows that it's the end of overtime, or new vals 2 is equal to float of 100. New vals 2 is equal to float 100. No, clean. 100.0. Cursor at end is equal to false. So this one correctly triggers it. But this doesn't. New vals. Okay. So, um, basically the cursor at end statement is failing, but I don't know why. First it prints the play, then it prints the statement, so the percent statement. So get vals. What am I printing again? New vals. And new vals equals self.get vals. Okay, so this is the play text. This is the percent text. And this is the win probability. And then when we're in log plays, so here we can make a variable for how many consecutive values have we gotten where the values are the same. So if prev vals is equal to new vals, consecutive, we're going to increment consecutive unchanged by 1. And now we could change the failure to statement to say that, and if new values of 1 is not equal to tie, cursor at end equals true, and then if consecutive unchanged is equal to 50, let's say 30, cursor at end is equal to true. So that will be the new failure statement. Get rid of that. Okay, let's save it. Exit. Oops, don't want to do that. And now let's run it again. And unfortunately, we just have to wait for it to go through the whole thing to see if we can reach it being at the end, whether or not it's at the end. So, I'm going to turn the music back on, stop talking, and that's what I'm going to do now. I keep forgetting about the audio, but I don't know what happened. So it just says spit out true and then stop. That's weird. I don't know why it did that. So let's get the play history, and now I'm gonna sit and watch it, see what happens. So the first time, oh, already got the file. Okay, I could do away with that. Okay, now let's get it. Okay, so before it went back to sometime in the first quarter. and then failed. Okay. Um, so we're still going backwards. Looks good so far. Um, yeah, I just want to see if it fails. So I guess it was going back the other way when it failed. Let's see, was it because it gave the same output a bunch of times? Okay. Oh, and it quit. Why does it quit? Najee Harris, left tackle to Pitt 30 for 3 yards. Um, why is it printing true? See if anything else that's printing. Control find, print. Print results. Oh, don't need that one. Print prevals. Let's find first play. Print new vowels. Print previous vowels. Print new vowels. New vowels. Print. Okay, let's run this and see what it does. Oh yeah, play some music. again. It returned true. Oh, man. I don't get why it's printing true. Return data. Return. Oh. Return play.text. Play.text. %.text. WinProb. Okay, so then we could do define get vol. Log plays, get date log plays. If consecutive unchanged is equal to 30. This doesn't make any sense, man. So forget about that consecutive unchanged thing. Why does it fail now? Okay, so I should print some information for us that's useful. I'll take out this one. Save. Let's exit out of here. And let it run. Print out what's happening. Oh, damn it. Okay, now it's gonna go back to the beginning. I'm gonna let it play music while it does that. Oops. So I am triggering. You could see here. Prints out the values. Nuvels. Oh, right. So consecutive unchanged equals 0. Oh, man. Such a simple mistake. Okay. So if consecutive unchanged is equal to 30, if new values, if pre-vals is equal to new vals, else consecutive unchanged is equal to 0. Cool. Okay. Exit. And now we should just plow right through the problem area. Oh, gotta delete the file. Cincinnati versus Pittsburgh. And also, it's not checking this true. So first thing it does is go see if the file exists. Desired HTTP complete is equal to check data mail complete is equal to false. Do that. So it doesn't even do that. So that means check data is returning true. And so we try A is equal to pd.readcsv has file is equal to but when probability should be either 0 or 100. So has file is equal to that. Let's just minus 100. Has no gap. So if true, less than 100 seconds between last two plays, otherwise over 100 seconds between last two plays. So, uh, and then has file is equal to has no gap, and um so you want to make sure that it has no gap, and you also want to make sure a dot mm, okay. How to check. Okay, I'm gonna try to read one of these. So let's get another Ubuntu. Oh no, I could just do it in here. So import pandas as pd, pd.read underscore csv, and the file I want to read is atl underscore vs underscore no underscore 9112022 dot csv, close quotation, close parentheses, don't save. So let's read that, and let's call that variable a. Oh, it's because it's in data. Okay, and then we could say a of 3 maybe. Um, oh, a of 3, the third one, a dot keys. So we could do a dot keys, get the last key. Nice. So a dot keys of -1. So and a of a dot keys of -1. What should that be equal to? Is equal to 100. So let's go up here. Then I want to exit. Go back into here. I think I saved this. Yep. So back into here. I'm gonna do from games to import check data. I'm gonna say that this is my CSV file. So actually I could just say check data of this. Oh, data. And then that, the -1 entry in there. Okay, so let's exit and try it real quick one time. Hey. Has no gap. Should return true. if the gap is less than 100. Dot values of -1. Cool. So now that that's good, we could go in Python 3 and test the new thing that I wrote. From games to import game. G is equal to game. What's the ID of the game? Very good. G.get play history. Cool. Time to listen to some music. Okay, so now it's just running the end of the game. Hopefully once there's 30 of these, it'll trigger the flag. Yeah, And it works. Now let's try to get play history again. It should fail, because it says I already have this game. Great. So, that's all the stuff I was trying to do. Now we can handle the overtime scenario. And I troubleshooted the problem. Okay. Now my mission goes back. Can take those out. To check a single week to make sure that all of the games are saved. Yeah, this should work good. So there are 4 games right now. For to look at the plots. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati plot is a mess. So I'm gonna go through and try to do that just one more time. Read the Pittsburgh, Cincinnati data. Because I think the reason that plot was so ugly is because I kept asking it to look at the game, and so it kept writing over that plot that it already had. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Import game. Get play history. Alright, back to music. I don't have anything to say. And I'll come back when it's done. This means it's time to go look at the plot. How's the plot look? Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. Oh, still ugly as hell. Oh, because it plots everything between 3,600 and 4,400. Huh. I wonder what the data looks like. So... Oh. Right. Right. So now there's a problem with the... I didn't even think about that part of the clean time function. Okay, clean data string, clean time. And then, so you get clean string. Minute, second, quarter. Quarter seconds is equal to quarter minus 1 times 15 times 60. Minute, second, quarter. For some reason it thinks every quarter is 5. If I is equal to O, capital O, oh, quarter seconds. Why did I do that? Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Now let's just run it again. Okay. Oh man, forgot. Okay. Now let's run it. You can turn music back on and stop talking while it runs. Okay, here we are towards the end. I'm hoping that this quits properly, and I'm hoping that the plot looks nice. Come on, baby. Nice. Exactly what I was looking for. So, you know what this means? This means it's time to finally run the file. So we could go Python 3. Let's pop everything up so it looks nice. So that's gonna be there, that's gonna be there. Put the plots down here. Make them small icons, medium icons, medium icons. Yeah, that should look good. And then put this here so these two are overlapping it. Oops. So that's about as good as I could do there. So I guess I could just put that like that to make it look nice. So yeah, let me think. Python 3 scrape. So let's go to our week 1 scoreboard. So what are the games we have? Bills Rams, got it. Saints Falcons, Atlanta versus New Orleans, got it. The next one is Chicago versus San Francisco, got it. Next one is Cincinnati versus Pittsburgh, got it. The next one should be Detroit versus these guys. So I could have this as a nice little list over here. We already have the top 4. So now it should just go from there. And in order to make this really nice, okay. Those there, put this here. Can make this smaller. Yeah, and then you should be able to see the games that pop up when I run the script. So, running the script now. Oops. Reading ESPN WinPro. Python 3 scrape. Results. Dot. Scrape games.py. I respect that. Python 3 scrape games.py. Okay, run it. So it's gone through the first several games trying to find it. It already has these games, so keeps going through. Chicago, San Francisco it has. Oh, no. Oh, it must have an incomplete version of Chicago, San Francisco. No? Well, for some reason it decided it's gotta get Chicago, San Francisco, so I'll come back and check to make sure that this is doing what we want. As for now, thanks for watching. Okay, so now we're getting an error with this San Francisco Chicago game. I'm gonna go in and look at it first. So it should pass. Should pass the test that it's there. So it failed the test. So why is that? Has no gap. We test whether the difference is less than 100. If true, less than 100 seconds between last two plays. Otherwise, over 100 seconds. This file has no gap and huh. So when was that saved? When was this data saved? 713. Okay. So this is from a while ago. It's not from just now. So we can test it. Huh. It seemed to get stuck on that one spot. But let's see where it goes from here. I'm going to open up a new Ubuntu window and test it out. So let's go WinHome, desktop, personal stuff, projects, NFL, betting, reading, ESPN, win, prob. Okay, then I'm gonna go Python 3 from games to import game. Okay, then we say g is equal to. Actually, I want to import check data. And now I want to check data. And the file I want to check is chi underscore vs underscore sf underscore 9112022 dot csv. False. What about if we check ATL versus NO and check data for that one returns false. Man, something is wrong here. Check data A equals PD dot read CSV. And A of ADA keys. So let's see. Oh. So the AND statement actually should be this. Or 0. Cool. Alright, now stop this. Actually, just exit it altogether. Should shut down pretty soon. All of these are complete except for this Detroit Philly one is partial, I think. Yep, only 2 entries. So Detroit Philly should fail. So now we could do exit, and just to make sure this is saved, now scrape games, or whatever, ls Python 3 scrape games. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let's just go into Python 3, and then I'm gonna say enter some Python code in here. So I'm gonna say from games to import games of week, and then GW is equal to games of week, and then the week is week 1, here's 2022, and then we're gonna do gw.get IDs. So this is gonna go get the game IDs that we want, and then gw.get data. And so what do we expect? We expect it to go through. It's gonna open the browser. It's gonna check for this game, see that it has it, check for this game, see that it has it, check for this game, see that it has it, check for this game, see that it has it, check for this game, see that it's incomplete, and then it'll start going on Detroit Philly. That's what I'm expecting to happen. Okay. So we can move that back there. Put this right back where it was. Oops. And let's put that back here. Bring that Brave tab back up. And then this. Let's get data. So we went to the first one, checking the second game, good. Checking the third game, good. Checking the fourth game, good. Checking the fifth game, not good. Oh yeah, fifth game, not good. So now it's doing it. Okay, I'm gonna let the music play and let this run, hoping that it just goes and retrieves the rest of the games for this week, and then I could be done with this live stream. I will have accomplished what I set out to do. Alright, bye. just to check how we're doing. Let's go to that most. The one we just got was Miami, New England. Oops. Miami, New England. Oh, that's right. Ravens, Jets is the most recent one. So, oh no. Oh no, there's a problem with it. Oh, no, I remembered this from last time. That's not the error. This looks like the other error. But if you look at it, Baltimore is just heavily favored the whole time because the Jets suck. And there's one point in the game where the Jets were slightly favored. And that's all that is. Miami, New England. Looks nice. These all look nice. See, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from week 1. How many are there remaining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 left to scrape. 1, 2. Just making sure the music's not on. 9 left to scrape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have been done. I think I'm just gonna let this one go. And then once I make sure that this one works well, I think I'm going to stop the stream because I basically have it to the point, to the point where I read half the games from 1 week. I think it's fair to assume I'll keep reading the games from the week, and if it fails for some reason, then I'll just pick up there on the next live stream. Assuming that this is successful and I could get all the games for a single week, then I'm just gonna go ahead and set up a script that gets the games for every week from probably last season. I'll get every week from the 2021 season. And then if that works, I'll scrape all the data going back to 2016. And then I will have a database, and then I won't do another live stream on this project for a while because I'll make a video on the database. So, pretty cool. And let's go check the notes. Check single week to ensure that all games are scraped and saved. And it pops up. Looks good. So check single week, then check single season. Scrape data for all years going back to 2016. Next after that, build and finalize database in GitHub repository. Add data to places. Okay. So I'm gonna check this off for now. If it doesn't work, I'll put it back on. But for now, it's going down here. Check single seasons, build database, add data, like Kaggle and whatnot, share it. Share data. Write new function that works for checking whether the file is complete. Did that. check single season set up repository strictly for NFL win probability data. Did that. This is in the initial goals, but I don't think, I'm not very interested in that anymore. Not very interested in an interactive graph either. Oh, I messed up that by scrolling over it, but lucky for me, it just exited and restarted because I've written nice code. Clean up games.py, that doesn't really matter either. Setup script, read data. Lots of these are redundant. Add data to places, share data basically, that's good. Write code for reading in odds data, write live script for win prob scraping, write live script for odds data, do latency assessments, build a combined data set. Okay, so I think I'm happy where this is at. We made really good progress today. It's basically at the point where I think next time I do a live stream, the database, the ESPN win probability database will be done. And it'll be really easy to get new data every time a week is finished. So, thanks for watching.